Hi, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday Sprints. Obviously, this is also TBRathon Sprints. If you're not participating in TBRathon, don't worry. You can also hang out with us. It's totally fine. I see that we've got so many people here already. Vanessa, Glenda, Sadia, Kate, Josh. Hi, Josh. I'm good. How are you? I have had such a crazy past couple of days. Here where we are, it's been snowing. We had a snowstorm. I was worried I had car trouble at one point, but everything ended up being fine. I don't know if it was the weather or whatever the case is, but that was fine. It's just I'm finally able to kind of be calm and in my own home. As you can all see, we're back, which is really lovely. Because as fun as it is to see family and friends and things, it's nice to have my things, my own bed, and kind of be back at having the routine. Hello, Tracy. We've also got Abs here. I know. I hope everyone's having a good Tuesday or a start to your Wednesday, depending on where you are in the world. Hello, Jennifer. Also, Sam. Hello, Yelena's here. 45% through your reread of Iron Flame. That reminds me. I you can't see it, it's just off screen, but I do need to start for the first time Fourth Wing. For some reason I've just been like holding off. I think it's because I also want to vlog the experience, and I've been vlogging for TBRathon, so it's been really crazy. But I hope you're enjoying your reread, and thank you so much for the reminder. I really appreciate it. Hello, Bia. I ended up accomplishing Year Square. That'll be during my first TBRathon vlog. So, if people are interested, maybe they want to do Bia Square if you're doing Booktuber Bingo. Hello, Eagle. Reading Blood of Olympus by Rick Riordan. Goal is to finish today. See, while you're finishing things, I am just starting them. So as you can see, I've got two books here on screen, and I have physical copies of both as well. I've got This Cursed House. That was on my TBR for January, as well as The Pale Horse. I think I'm doing really good doing the books that are on my TBR. Have I finished a couple books that were not on my January TBR? Yes, I have. I'm guilty. But these are the two that I'm going to be starting today, or at least one of them. I don't know. I wasn't sure what I was in the mood for, so I grabbed both of them. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see which one I end up reading. Maybe I'll start both. We'll see how it goes. Hello, Judith. We've also got Paco here and Bronwyn, Rainy, another person who's one of the Booktuber bingo squares. I haven't done yours yet. I think I planned to, and then I changed it. Yeah, I think that's what I ended up doing. I ended up doing a different square. Just finished filming TBR. Oh, yay. Okay, so TBRathon bingo recommendation video. It should go up today or tomorrow. Gonna go straight into editing. That sounds great. Perfect. Especially for those who need recommendations as they are going, or, some people have been doing like TBR jars where they pull out a prompt and they've got to figure out what they're reading next as that happens. So a TBRathon recommendation video sounds great. Planning period and reading a secret book. Ooh, I think I know what the secret is for. Hello, Jamie. Happy Tuesday to you. And yeah, everyone, I mean, we are 1 week into this new year and new month. So I hope everyone's 2025 is going well too. Hello, Jill. Deep in best worst videos. And it's true. Some people post them probably like mid-December, but we're also seeing them throughout January. So it's about like a 6-week thing as we're watching people doing that. And then I think there's also a little grouping where you start to see videos of people reading other people's best books of the year. So then the cycle kind of goes over again. It's really kind of crazy, but it's super fun. I know that there have been some complaints. It'd be interesting to hear all of your thoughts that it's been kind of repetitive this year, that a lot of people's best books have all kind of been the same. I haven't noticed that as much, but maybe that's because, I don't know, maybe I haven't been watching enough to make it feel repetitive. I know, like in the middle of England, and even though it's not been too bad, it's crazy up north towards Scotland. Yeah. I feel like in all different parts of the world, suddenly we've been hit with snow, colder temperatures. It makes sense that in the north and in Scotland, it would be pretty cold. You know what? We've got our warm homes though. It's okay. I'm that person who fully bundles up when I go outside then, because I'm like, okay, I'm going outside. I'm going to be fully dressed. So yeah. Hello. Oh my gosh. Books, beverages, and besties. How are you guys? I don't know which one's here today, so I hope you both are doing well. We'll be continuing my reread of Words of Radiance by Brandon Sanderson. Are you working your way up, rereading everything before you read what is it? Wind and Truth, the new book that just came out? That one is a brick. It is so I saw like an entire stand at the bookstore the other day, and I was like, that is a massive book. We'll be interested in hearing how you like this cursed house. Yeah, you know what? I'm really excited about it, and I've taken a long enough break from reading really any horror since spooky season. So I think this is the time for me to get into it. I am worried that it's Southern Gothic. I'm fine with Gothic lit. Southern Gothic can be hit or miss for me. So that's the only thing I'm a bit worried about, but I do like the cover too. Hello, Linz. Evening, everyone. I know, good evening to you. While it's afternoon for me, it's morning for other people. We're having a great day so far. Hoping to finish Waistcoats and Weaponry today so I can do my second roll for Paws and Bookshelves. 100 pages left. You can do it, Stacy. That is awesome. Hello, Alicia. Reading a nonfiction and video filming today. That reminds me, I do have to do a little bit of filming when it comes to today, because I want to finish one like piece of the vlog. So at the first sprint, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a bit of a break off screen, film that, and then I can finally tuck into my next book for TBRathon. Bad flooding. Oh my gosh. I'll be thinking of you guys. I hope that you do all right. I now live in a flooding area, and it's the first time it's ever happened. So I'm always like, I don't know what to expect. This is it's some people's normal, but for me, I'm used to ice storms. But the area I live, they do get flood warnings once in a while, and I'm like, that is crazy. Hello, Ella. You're reading Not in Love by Ellie Hazelwood. Sounds great. Playing some Libby Chicken. I will wish you the best. Hello, Sarah. Going with Master of Iron by Trisha Levenseller, but also might dip into Us Against You. Hello, Alex. Malice. Ooh. Okay, so for a new author for you on the bingo board, very nice. I've seen that author all around that series. It's John Gwynne, isn't it? Is it? I may be wrong, but I know the book. I know the book. I promise I know the book you're talking about. Unless it's also a pretty common title, so I feel like maybe there's more than one there. Hello, Chrissy, reading Unsteady by Peyton Corinne. Ooh, an author with two first names. I love it. Hello, Heather. Also, we've got Julie here. Hello, Julie. How are you? 47% on Mandrake Manor. Also, For Whom the Bell Tolls was awesome. Really? How much of was it a reimagining of For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway, or was it simply just literary? And so they were like, oh, we're going to do a nod, because I can't imagine that would be a fun reimagining to read. But if you say it's awesome. Also reading Where We Go From Here by Lucas Roca. Ooh, it's about 3 gay men coming to terms with how HIV impacts their lives today. It's a possible text for my post-grad thesis. Oh my gosh, interesting. And I'm assuming that it's a nonfiction, discussing that, or it could be fictional with some really important social commentary. But oh my gosh, sounds really powerful. Hello, Alicia, starting Not Another Love Song. Sounds great. It was perfect timing for you because I wanted to finish Strange Beasts. Oh my gosh. So I really, really, really want to read this book. I started it last year, but I only got a couple chapters in, and then I got distracted. And so now I think I've got a potential buddy read planned in February for it. So I'm very, very excited. Afternoon to you, Jen. Home this week with my son, who had surgery yesterday. I'll be reading Muse of Nightmares. Well, I'm glad that you're able to keep him company and, assist him in anything that he may need. And then you have a good book with you, too. I hope that his recovery goes well. Hello, Joyce, listening to The Lying Game by Ruth Ware, an author I've never tried. I've actually never tried Ruth Ware, but I've been meaning to try her. Something to Talk About by Tori Baker, and knitting. That sounds great. See, At the end of 2024, I kept saying, oh, I want to learn to crochet or knit or do something. And then I didn't do any of it. But maybe 2025 is my year. Finished your first book for the board game, starting my second this week after I finished some other must reads. Smart. That's the thing is, so most of the books I finished this year have been my January TBR, but there were two, I think, that I carried over from 2024. I just didn't finish them in December. So that makes sense. Finished Rainy's Square on the bingo board. So now I'm working on Jess's Square since since Iron Flame. I was like, okay, if Iron Flame is longer than Fourth Wing. Very nice. That's smart. I actually just finished a really short book. So I could do Jess's Square very easily because hers is, for those who don't know, her square is, what is it? It's has more pages than the book you just finished. And I just finished a little novella. So I was like, I could read literally any book. We'll see if I decide to be a bit sneaky like that. Natalie is planning on finishing The Haunting Between Us tonight. That sounds great. That sounds really good, actually. Maybe also a bit gothic. It could be like a horror, but maybe some romance or something. Congrats, no TBR vet for you. Woohoo! I know, I'm feeling really good about myself. Usually I set TBRs and I'm really, really bad at actually sticking to them, but I'm doing a good job. I'm also working on adding books to my 2025 TBR and wrapping them for surprises over the year. Oh, that sounds so fun. That's a really good idea. Hoping to finish Real Americans. That's great. Curious about Cursed House. I have it on my TBR, finished a book yesterday, and I don't know what to start next. Yeah, I think that both of these books will be good switching gears because I just finished a sci-fi novella, and then the other book I finished was the final book in a series. It's like historical paranormal. So I think these will help me switch things up a little bit. Hello, Mary. Home from work today, so I can join you. Perfect. Welcome. I hope that we can, be entertaining and also keep you productive as you read Killing Floor by Lee Child. Very nice. Hello. Oh, you're reading Everyone Here is Lying. Oh, is that the Sherry Lapina book? Or am I going crazy? Who wrote that? But also, hello, Brittany. How are you? I know you were saying you were worried you're going to be in a bit of a reading slump, so I hope that this book helps you not be in that. Hello, Lisa. You're reading a cozy mystery. That sounds great. Hello, Jay. A Song for a Wild Build. I love this book so much. I love the Monk and Robot series. I'm just waiting for book 3 if it ever comes. 76% of Iron Flame. Hoping to finish it tonight. Enjoying it. Okay, up until 50%. But it's been going downhill since. I have heard a few people say that Iron Flame was a bit of a slog for them compared to Fourth Wing. Hello, Jane. Looks like you, have a snow day from work. Perfect. You know what? Accept it, especially if it's for a safety thing. Just relax and be home. Currently listening to How to Become the Dark Lord and Die Trying. This I just saw JD Ray reads. This is one of her best books of the year. I've also seen a couple people who weren't fans of it, in comparison to other Django Rexler books. So I'll be interested to see your thoughts. Hello, Alex. How are you? In Deeper Waters by F.T. Lukens, another author that I've heard good things about. I was so bored seeing all the best books. You watched over I know why you've watched over 200, and it is all the same. It's really, it makes sense. Popular books are popular because a lot of people like them, but I get the kind of complaint about it. Hello, Michaela. You're listening to The Bloodless Princess. Feel the opposite. Lots of books I haven't heard of. So I guess it probably depends. If you are seeing the same books that other people have, loved versus, I don't know, it probably is just all depending on the type of reader you are and what you gravitate towards. Hello, More. Currently reading The Games Gods Play. I have to read that next month in anticipation for the Not Reading for Content podcast. My best books should go up this week. Ooh, awesome. I think my best book should be different from others. My best book, I think a lot of people really enjoyed it who read it, but it's not the most popular book to ever, be seen. I will say that much. Because for me, I'll just say it because my video is more like best and worst in genres. And I totally forgot to crown one of them as my best book of the year. For me, it was Service Model by Adrian Tchaikovsky, which was on the Goodreads Choice Awards, but it didn't even make the top 10, which was sad for me because I actually hadn't read it at the time. So I was like, oh, I really want to read that. And then when I finally read it, I was like, oh, this is amazing. You'll be reading Mouse. You might not be the only one, Judith. There's another person who's reading a book called Ballast. I'm pretty sure that was the Alex. See, Alex is also reading it. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Hello, Cora. Trying to also get through some of the comments, friends, just so we can get started because we've been talking for 15 minutes. Good morning to you, Jojo. So I was going to say, I'm like, there are some people where it's already Wednesday, and Jojo is here to prove me correct. Reading Inferno sounds great, Annie. Where are we? Hello, Julie. Have you ever heard of Malice Domestic anthology series? Have I? I don't think so. What's so funny, there's a short story called Malice Domestic that I really like, but I don't think I've ever heard of the anthology series. I'm going to have to look into that. Maybe I'm going to star it. I'll star your comment, Julie, so I can look into that. You just bought it. I really, I think I'm going to love it. I think I'm going to absolutely adore that book so much. Hello, Ro. How are you? Let me see here, trying to make sure I don't miss anyone. Hello, Annika. Choosing a new book to read tonight. You and me both. There are a few people hoping to finish books, but I think we might be in the minority where we're just starting books today. Hello, Eclectic Katie. How are you? Reading an arc of You Are Fatally Invited for Books of Paradise. Oh my gosh. So You Are Fatally Invited. That sounds like such a fun, punny title. And I love that you are representing the Books of Paradise people in the comments. Thanks so much for letting me know which board you were doing it for. Okay. On that note, if I missed your comment and you desperately want to make sure that it gets, addressed, feel free to re-comment it when it comes to the next chat. Also, hello, Sims. Welcome. Welcome, Fire Dragon. I love your name. And a book translated from Denmark, from Danish. That's amazing. Well, okay. Anywho, we will see everyone when we get back. Also, finally, one more person. Hi, Kelsey. How are you? Let me know if you're sprinting tonight, because then I can redirect everybody. Because when I set these up, I hadn't seen if you were sprinting, so just let me know. We'll be going for an hour. I'll see you guys when we get back. And yeah, happy sprinting. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope the cat didn't scare anyone. We ended up having so many people join. I saw that ML is here. Hello, ML. I hope that you're doing well. Grace joined us too, and you're reading Rebecca Yarros. So many people are reading Rebecca Yarros right now for obvious reasons, but you said you're listening to Variation. So you're not reading like Fourth Wing like everyone else in anticipation of the third book, which is really fun. Rope crewman joined, then had to leave. Michael's here too, and reading The Tainted Cup. Oh my gosh. I know that Shar in the Manor had just said that they finished this book, absolutely loved it, excited for book 2. I'm fortunate to have an arc of book 2, not to, toot my own horn. So I'm really excited. I probably am going to read A Drop of Corruption in maybe March in anticipation of the April pub date. But we also had Margaret, the word nerd, Jenna. Jenna, you are so funny. This is new to me, watching someone read, listening to Middlemarch this week. Sounds good. Hello. I know it. Once you get into reading sprints, the weirdness passes, but there is a time when you're like, we're just reading together on the internet and you guys can watch me. Sometimes I turn the camera off because I just don't feel like in the mood for people looking up and seeing me. But yeah, that made me laugh. Allie's here too. We've got Becky reading A Step Past Darkness. Or actually, you finished it. Now you're reading The Christmas Guest, continuing with the holiday reads. That one's really quick. I think I gave it 3 stars. It was fine. I'm not a fan of the epistolary novel. I know that that's me. Jess is here too. This Kiwi. Hi, Jess. Hey, friend. Good luck with editing. Denise stopped in. You're rereading Fourth Wing. See, that's what I was going to say. Everyone's reading Rebecca Yarros. But I know that most people are doing Fourth Wing. Also, Kirsten, hello, friend. Speaking of, we were talking about Strange Beasts earlier. But I was saying how I have like a buddy read planned. It's with Kirsten. I'm so excited. And then, yeah, I'll have to let you know. I'll tell you, I just started it and I'm 32 pages into this cursed house. And the family's weird. Like our main character, Gemma, she is from Chicago. She gets this offer that she really can't refuse. It's so much money to come down and work at this estate, but she doesn't really know what she's doing. And the family has been very hush hush about the whole thing. They haven't really disclosed it. There's also this discussion of obviously of race because it's set in 1962, and so they were discussing how Gemma is darker skinned compared to this family, the Deschamps family, and they're lighter skinned. And just like the discussions of language and how you discuss race, and obviously the spectrum of like one's skin color of shades, and how Gemma feels being, working in this house for fellow Black people, but them being far lighter skinned and having a different and the fact that it's historical fiction, I'm finding it really interesting. Like tensions are there, like it's atmospheric, and that's kind of where we're leaning into the Southern Gothic feel. But and also, oh my gosh, Gemma can see ghosts, by the way. so Gemma can see ghosts. She's trying to like avoid it and try to avoid the spirits that she's seeing. I'm wondering if somehow they knew that she could see ghosts and that's why the family sought her out to hire her. But it's been really interesting so far. I'm liking it. It's been a slow start, but not a slow start as far as that being a criticism. It just feels like a little bit of a slow burn. Anyway, I just gave you all the synopsis so far. I'm finding it really interesting. I went in pretty blind. I assumed it was a haunted house situation, which it kind of is. Like there are ghosts at the estate, but I didn't realize that. I think it's more Gemma who can see the ghosts. I don't know if the rest of the family can see them, but anyways, let me see. Yes, I did stretch, Jess. I was like, we are gonna. I also knocked my computer a couple times. So anyone who looked up and saw a slight earthquake happening, I just knocked my desk. It's fine. 10 pages. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, Joshua, please. I hope you muted me. The cat didn't make you jump. Good. I also know that you aren't reading yet, Margaret. No worries. You're getting ready to film. Good luck. I hope that you film it in one go without any issues. 60 pages. Ooh, oh my gosh. Well done. Working on your journal. That reminds me, I need to work on my journal, especially because I finished 2 books today already. I know. Look at me go. Oh, good question. So I actually was reading The Tainted Cup as an ebook. Oh no, as a physical book, because my library did have it. And so I read it physically. I think toward the end, I ended up gaining access to the audio because I was buddy reading it with Danny, and she was listening on audio. I had the physical copy, and then I think it was literally the last couple chapters, I think, or did I can't remember. I might have immersion read. I think I had to start it physically, got the audio, and then I listened while I read it. And it was super fun. I'm physically reading. Can't imagine absorbing this stuff. But oh yeah, no. I had the physical copy. I think I gained the audio though mid book because I remember being impressed with the audio voice narrator. So I must have had it. Read a chapter of Strange Beasts, resentfully took a break to eat. Okay, that's a good sign, Kate. That makes me very excited about it. Listening to The Lake of Lost Girls, Missing Persons thriller. I will say, this is going to sound very weird, but I like a missing persons narrative. I think that switches things up, and it can be very complex. Plan to read The Tainted Cup this month. I know because you also got an arc for book 2, which I think is so funny, Vanessa. You're just like, hey, what do you think? Because I got book 2, and I was like, oh my gosh. I think you'll find it really interesting though, because yeah, book 1 was so good. I'm tempted to reread book 1 in February for certain reasons, but we'll see if I get to it. Hello, Christina. Thanks for the reminder to hydrate, to check your laundry, do all the good stuff. Finished How to Become the Dark Lord and Die Trying. Started my reread of Malice. It's for I think it's for a buddy reader book club pick, right? You were saying you guys were everyone was talking about. That's why there's like 3 people reading Malice in the chat. That makes sense. Just started arc. Hello, Laura. By the way, you just slipped in there. I hope I didn't miss you saying hi. Hello, friend. We would never. Ooh, that could also be romance or thriller. I will say there are quite a few book titles where I'm like, could be a romance or it could be a thriller. I don't know, but I hope you're well. Happy New Year to you. I feel like we haven't chatted in a little while. I'm up to chapter 3 of Beg, Borrow, and Steal. Definitely an enemy start. Ooh, okay. Also reading The Tainted Cup in anticipation. Job of Corruption. Yes. I'm too excited for that book. I need to like calm down. Almost done editing your video. Awesome, Bia. I'm starting the O's right now. Ooh, very nice. Oh, I can't remember. You know what's terrible is I'm trying to. So the O column that starts with Bree from Four Paws in a Book goes down to you, Bia. Then I think it's Joe. Then is it Crystal? I actually have it here. Oh, and then Marines. I was right. Friends, I've been looking at that bingo board for like so long, and I know where everyone is on the board. It's really weird. Just joining. Hello, Catherine. Reading Frostbite by Rochelle Mead, a special annotated edition. Ooh, very nice. Does that mean it's a reread? Like you're reading it and just for fun, or did you just gain the special edition? That's really cool. I didn't read the whole time. Read 28 pages though. You still got stuff done. Good afternoon to you, Megan. Have a few books on the go, but currently reading Girls Who Lie, translated from Icelandic. Are you potentially doing Beatrice's Square for the Booktuber bingo? Because I know that hers is a translation. That's cool that it's translated from Icelandic. I just last year read my first Icelandic translation. It was The Night Guest, which isn't for everyone. I know some people didn't like it. There is like animal death in there, but I found the idea of possession to be really interesting for that book. It also has an ambiguous ending, which isn't everybody's cup of tea. Decided to pick up Iris Kelly Doesn't Date. I have heard some things about this author. Everyone adores this series specifically, but got about halfway. It's so good so far. Not a fave, but still enjoyable. Okay, I was like, wait, let me finish your comment. I've heard that, is it Make the Season Bright? Everyone's been hating that book so much, which is really shocking because I know everyone loves this series to death. Got 6 minutes left in the first chapter of The Lying Game. Joyce, if you wanted to, mute me, totally fine. Probably switch to something else after that since I went wild on Libby this year. It's crazy. I'm going to tell you, I think I have 3 books currently borrowed through Libby right now. That's the lowest it's ever been. I don't know what's going on. My holds, I have 23 books on hold, but I usually have it in the double digits for just borrowed books from Libby, whether it's an ebook, audiobook, everything mixed in. But I only have 4 books borrowed. And I think it helps my brain, but does feel weird. So glad you love Service Model. Yes. Okay, it's a favorite author. Almost all his books are fantastic. You should start Shards of Earth. Next, it is the first in a completed trilogy. So you know what I have? You see that really bright pink cover? I don't know if you can see it on my shelf. I have Alien Clay, which is it's technically his newest published book after Service Model. I keep touching my desk. So sorry, friends, you're like seeing me wave a little bit. So I did have Alien Clay on my January TBR. I'll be reading Children of Time as a buddy read soon with Danny. We got to figure out when we're going to do that. So I will be reading more Adrian Tchaikovsky, but I am going to star that Chrissy. So I know Shards of Earth is something that you would recommend too. Made it to 30% and you are fatally invited. People have started dying. Yes. We love that. It's so fun. Oh my gosh. I have the Arc of a Drop as well. Let me know if you might want to do a buddy read. Oh my gosh, yeah. Because you know who else? So Danny, Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee is also going to join in a buddy read. We need to figure things out. But Bia, if you want to join, please let me I'll reach out to you. I've got your contact information. I'll send you a message over Instagram because that could be really fun if you're down for a group buddy read. Hello, Paul. How are you? How are you doing? I know that you often sprint too, so I'm not sure if you're sprinting today. I'm 8 chapters into A Study in Scarlet Women. Kristen, I'm so happy for you. I'm sorry if I was shouting for anyone who may be, wearing earphones. I am so excited for you. I just finished books 3 and 4 for Murder Miss, and I was so happy to be back in the series. I know that Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee, she just finished A Study in Scarlet Women, loved it. Kristen, I'm so happy for you. Please continue enjoying it and continue to give me updates. I've decided to DNF my first book of 2025, Linz, from a high given to us by Kristen to a low for you. There are too many issues, but the biggest is that the author keeps telling what is happening rather than showing on page. To be honest, actually, my first read of the year technically was a DNF, only because I hadn't finished a book beforehand. I was reading 3 books. I have finished the other 2 since, but I had kind of chosen to end my experience with one book first before finishing the others. So I technically DNF'd first. But that happens. You know what, Linz? Move on to better books, more enjoyable experiences for you. Remembered to update your buddy read. Awesome. On your quick final thoughts on The Diviners. Cleaned up the kitchen. Got a couple chapters in Not Another Love Song. Great, Alicia. Very, very nice. Hello, Allison. You're reading If We Were Villains. Oh, and A Hue of Blue. I know so many people who love If We Were Villains. I am not one of them, but I hope that you enjoy it. I know so many people who love that book. Mostly just caught up on watching some Booktube. Oh my gosh. Speaking of, also, hi, Tabitha. I was going to say, I don't know which one is here. So thank you so much for giving me the name tag. I need to catch up on Booktube as well. I also am feeling a little bit sleepy. So I may have to make myself some tea, some caffeinated tea. And then maybe I'll watch some Booktube while I wait for it to brew, because for some reason, I'm very tired today. It drives me wild when people just won't tell the main character stuff. Yeah, no, it's just like, anyway, I know what you mean. For anyone new to reading sprints, welcome. Yes, welcome. We set a time to read or do whatever we need to do. Then we come back and chat for a little bit. That's exactly what it is. And you don't have to be reading. Obviously, I am reading, but people do laundry, they cook, maybe they're working remotely. These are just kind of productivity sprints to keep us focused. and then treat us with, little bits of time to chat. So yeah, totally a fun way to chat and like to connect. I'm not gonna lie, I just noticed that number up there. At least for me, I can see a number that there's 100 of us hanging out. It's really crazy. But it is really, really fun. Hello, Jess. How are you? I am so happy to see you. I'm also going to pause this just for a second. You noticed in the manor my slip up. I am having people vote right now who are my manor guests, and I did a cover that was not in English. I think it must have been in Spanish, and I didn't even notice it. And I was like, "Oops." I did not. Yeah, we are reading it in English, friends. I promise, unless you want to read it in Spanish. Catch up book club. Okay, that's what it is. Thanks for sending. Because I know you. I know there was another comment that mentioned it, but I'm glad you told me again what it was. Especially if people want to join. If you want to join in, go for it. Let me make sure I haven't missed anyone who's just arrived because I don't want to. I don't want to miss any new faces before we go off. Tuesday. Hello, Tuesday. Listening to the Village Library Demon Hunting Society. I will not say my thoughts about this book because it's for not reading for content. The book club podcast that I co host with Danny, that's our book for January. If people are interested, I think it may be linked below. If it's not, I can do something about that. So it was polite shouting. Okay, good. I'm glad because I was like, I am so excited. It's all positive things. Okay, I don't think I've missed anyone. If I did, then please say hello again. Please, please, please say hello again. And I will make sure to highlight you when we get back from this sprint. But speaking of productivity, reading sprints, we have to abide by the rules. We hit 15 minutes, so we're going to go on another hour long reading time. But again, like you don't have to read if you're here. Do other things. You can do a cozy sprint as well. If you were just productive for an hour and you need a break, please, please do that. And thank you so much for the link, Vanessa. I really, really appreciate you. Okay, well, happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I just realized I left that banner up. I did, in fact, make myself some Earl Grey tea, and it's been lovely. I put in a little bit of honey to soothe the throat. And while I was gone, so many people joined. Hi, friends. I tried to say hi to everyone in the comments. I'm so glad to have you. I know that Sarah and Aaron were like, hey, how are you? How is everyone? And we've been pretty good. We've been having a good day. We've been productive. I ended up getting I think I read 3 chapters that time. Obviously, I took a break because I was making tea and things. But I'm 70 pages in. I will say the narrative's taken a turn that I think is interesting. I do find the pacing to be a bit slow, though. I'm not sure. We'll see if it hooks me a bit further on, but it does feel a little bit slow and kind of there's been not time jumps, but I feel as though our main character has grown more invested in the characters around her than I think she should because she still has barely known them for a very long time. So that's kind of, hit or miss for me at the moment. Tracy, 83% in Mandrake Manor. This is looking like I'm going to be starting another series this year. Very nice. Jen didn't read, which is, perfectly fine. Got my littles off the bus, played a few hands of rummy. Super productive as far as like enjoyment, having fun, hanging out with your kids. Like that sounds great. Only 40 pages left in Strange Beasts. Definitely finishing next sprint. Kate, you're going to have to let us know what you think. If you do star ratings, you're going to have to let us know what star rating you plan on giving it. In the mood for a quick read while I'm still waking up. Good morning, then. Good morning to you. So, planning to get through one of my neck alley reads, Home Office Romance. See, that's a goal I have this year is being far better about my neck alley arcs. I think my percentage is 70% right now, which is good. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just like, I should try to keep up at least with the ones that are coming out that haven't been published yet. Made it to chapter 7 for Tuesday, 2% for Sarah. Read another 60 pages, almost done journaling. I might actually pause and do some journal updates in the next sprint. That actually sounds like a good plan. 87% through your book. Teresa, also you joined us last sprint. This one is for the 5-star prediction and be on the map. Very nice. For this one, I was trying to think which bingo square it could go for. I feel like it might go for Gabby for the historical fiction because it's historical horror because it's like set in the 1960s. It could fit for Sarah's horror square. Yeah, I think those two might be the ones I'm looking at because it can't count for the TBR backlist for Brie, even though it's spooky because it just came out. It's from 2024. So those are the 2 squares I'm thinking about. And I have no idea. I do have to double check my Books of Paradise and see like how many locations I've gone to. Home for work sounds great, Julie. Starting some chores, listening to Truth Witch. Cora read 1 chapter, now writing out the recipe for the soup you're making for dinner. The one nice thing is like with all the snow, all the cold weather, it's soup, stew, chili weather, which is really nice. Watched a little YouTube, started The Elusive Samurai, Volume 1. Exporting now. Congratulations. That is such a good feeling when you're like, okay, it's basically done. Children of Time is one of your favorites. Not for everyone, but so fascinating. I didn't like the sequel when I read it, but it might have just been the wrong time for me. Plan to try again this year. Yeah, I've heard so many things and I've been so intimidated by the Children of Time series, but I am excited to finally be reading it. I probably will read Alien Clay first, though, because it does look really good. But yeah, service model, I was like, this is for me. This book was written for me. It was so good. Picked up the kiddos from school, received a package in the mail, did some budget stuff, got a snack. Great. Ooh, about 8 chapters of The Most Wonderful Crime of the Year. That has a really fun cover, if I'm thinking of the right title. It's part of a reading challenge, so one last Christmassy book for the season. You're not alone, Annika. We also had The Christmas Guest. I can't remember who said that they were reading it. So if you want to remind me, but we have a few Christmassy reads this time, we're only a few weeks from Christmas, so we might as well like finish up our Christmas reads. Got sucked into making some spreadsheet changes for my series tracker, hoping to finish and read a little in the next sprint. Those of you who have series trackers, I'm so impressed because I just don't. I have like a continued series and starting series sections in my bullet journal, but I don't have like a master list just because I've never really been someone who pays attention to series. But now that I am getting more, I probably should. Yes, we're still here, Heather. I saw that you left, but don't worry, we're still here. We've got one more sprint though, friends. So that's actually a good thing to note. Will it be the last sprint of the night? Not if you don't want it to be, because I set up the redirect to Kelsey, and she usually goes for another like 4 hours. So yeah, if those of you who want to stick around, it will just send you right there once we're done. That's good. Still at 0%. Only joined a couple of months ago though. Yeah, exactly. No worries. Exactly. Anyways, got one class figured out about halfway through the course calendar of another. Very nice, ML. The work never ends. NetGalley percent. Oh, that's what I didn't and I just suddenly understood, Aaron, that you're saying 0%. I was just gonna keep going, being like, I must have missed something. But yeah, so 0% at NetGalley. That happens. But what's so fun is if you only have one book, if you finish that and you submit, then you'll be at 100%. I would love to get back to 100% one day, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be realistic. Oh, percentage so bad. Definitely a goal for 2025. Yeah. 81%. I will finish next sprint. Sounds great, Jojo. Try to finish 2 other half finished books. That's the reason why I was able to finish 2 books today before sprints even started, because I was very close to finishing both of them. Hello, Lexi. We're still sprinting. We've got one more sprint here and then we'll cross over. But The Spanish Diplomat Secret. Ooh, that's book 3 in the I can't remember what's the detective's name. The first book is Murder in Old Bombay, which was so good, and then Peril at the Exposition was interesting. I think I liked the first book better. Speaking of arcs, I got an arc for The Spanish Diplomat Secret when it was first coming out, and I never read it, partially because of the SMP thing going on, but you'll have to let me know what you think of it. Finished dinner, delicious. 57% into your read, great. Hello, Helen. You would be reading Silence by Becca Fitzpatrick. Would it count as a genre blend? I've never heard of it, but if you feel confident that it has 2 elements, like whether it's like mystery thriller, those are 2 genres, or something like that. So Helen, feel free to look at a review site, and if it has multiple genres put up, I'll count it. Making taco soup for dinner. Yum. That sounds delicious. It's my birthday tomorrow. Oh my gosh, Ace, congratulations. Congrats on being born. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. That sounds great. Trying to finish your book today so you can pick a favorite to reread tomorrow. That sounds like such a good idea for your birthday. I love that. Took a little reading break and played a game and said, Katie, yes, I support this. Honestly, cozy breaks, like gaming breaks, is a great job, especially because with the timer, you know that you won't get sucked in. You can be like, okay, I had my time. I played my game. Now I can move on to a different task. Stew beef and gravy in the crock pot. Honestly, that sounds so good. And served over rice. Only read 1 chapter of Sleeping Spells and Dragon Scales, but I completed a page of goal plans, 2 correspondences with private students. Great. Made a series tracker 2 days ago, hoping it will. I feel like, I don't know if it would motivate me, but I think it'd be very satisfying once you have it and you look at all the series that you're doing. I guess it could also be overwhelming. It's Russian Christmas. There we go. Then that's a great excuse to keep reading the Christmas stuff. Great. Made a series spreadsheet last year. It helped me finish 12 series last year. Okay, perfect. Then it shows it. That sounds great. I just know for a fact that there are going to be so many series that I forget. And then do you keep in the log series that you won't continue on with? Or do you have like a separate sheet? Do you create it and then you kind of like call it like the trash? Like you're like, okay, this series I'm not going to continue. Read a little and then took a shower. Sounds good. I need to take a shower tonight. I'm not sure I'll finish in the next sprint, but I should finish on Kelsey's sprint. Sounds great. She's super productive too. So for those of you who really need to be productive tonight, Kelsey is your girl. Took a shower while listening to The Blade itself. The audiobook is read by Stephen Pacey. I don't even know who Stephen Pacey is. What does that mean, Emily? Is that embarrassing? Is that embarrassing for me not to know who that is? Yes, Captain Jim and Lady Diana. That's what it is. Well, because you know what? It started off, the first book was just him. And then obviously the second book showed more of her presence. So yes. Okay. I loved Peril, but I'm obsessed with the Chicago World's Fair. Yeah. I thought that was really interesting. I also loved the inclusion of that side character, kind of like her assistant who was helping her. I really loved their dynamic. So it was a really fun book for sure. I think I just like the two of them together on screen in books. So yeah, okay, that's good to know. I'll have to check out the third book. Celebrate turning 37 on Sunday. Amazing, Heather. I know that you January birthday people probably don't get to celebrate as much or be celebrated as much just because it's after the holidays and stuff. But know that we're here celebrating for you a little bit early. But yeah, that's very exciting. My daughter is doing something fun to celebrate 100 days in school later this month, and she wants to do something with 100 cats. Oh my gosh, girl after my own heart. But it has to be small enough for her to take the class. I wonder what could it be? Something with 100 cats. Could you? I don't know. I'm trying to think how, and also how much do you want to do with? How am I going to find that many cats? Can there be some type of craft, like get those little like pom-pom balls, and then is there a way you could do like little triangle felt, and then she could like have like a bag of like pom-pom cats? I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that would be not too crazy. Maybe that already is a little bit crazy. I know, Julie. What a crowd! We've got a party going on right now. It's crazy. It really is. Like I always like, for me, the numbers up here, and I always look up at it and I'm like, that doesn't seem right. But yeah, everyone, thanks so much for hanging out with us. All of us regulars are like, hey newbies, what's up? And also, no one ever has to comment if you just like taking advantage of the sprints for productivity sake, but it's always nice to see some new faces. I think I'm going to sign off. No worries, Hanukkah, for the night since it's almost midnight. This is honestly a time when people do sign off, especially those who are in Europe, the UK. It just starts to get really late. So absolutely no worries. I hope you sleep well. Started using a series tracker last year, mainly because it helps me remember what I've started. See, I kind of understand that, like, just because, especially if you're a big series reader, it can be hard to remember. Personally, made another tab where I put the DNFs here. Okay, because I was like, I feel like I'd want to store them somewhere. Not that I'd forget, but oh my gosh, burrito tacos, they're so good. There's a Mexican restaurant nearby me, and I always get them. I try to get other things too, but those are really yummy. Have a terrible memory. Yeah, listen. Well, that's why I'm just like, we need to write down things, have lists. Hello, Leonie. What's up? Joining and reading Fourth Wing. So many other people are reading Fourth Wing or rereading Iron Flame in preparation for Onyx Storm. So you are in good company. I need to start Fourth Wing. Every time you all bring it up, I'm like, that's a reminder that I need to start that. Turned 14 December 17th. She's your Christmas baby. Yeah. I have my dad, he was born in mid-December too. So we always like, he always feels as though he's like, my birthday gets, mixed up with Christmas his entire life. So I get that can be tough for some people, but you know what? It's a celebration for you. Just like you said, your Christmas baby. No, yeah, definitely. I'm not even in the mood to celebrate. I just want to be left alone. Well, that's the other thing. Everyone's just tired, including the birthday people. You're just like, it's been crazy. Oh yeah, like the pens, like shirt pens, cloth pens. You could draw like 100 cats on a shirt. That's a good one. That's what I've been trying to figure out. Do I track DNF, paused series? Like, there are so many thoughts. And I guess what's nice is because it's digital, you can always update it, like add another column when you think of other things. Oh yeah, that's another good idea. I know. Why can't you just bring 100 cats? Like, I feel like that's the most sane situation. Oh, she's got to wear it on a shirt. Then I think like drawing 100 cats, like little, because you can do the little, like make them pretty simple. I've seen a few things like that. Hello, Laura. I know. I'm so glad that you were able to join. We're gonna have to do another buddy read soon, by the way, because that was so fun. And I still think about the Glass Hotel being like, oh, I'm so glad I buddy read that with Laura because it'll keep it fresh in my mind. So we'll have to talk. Reading trackers are super helpful for me as well, tracking what I have started, need to finish. Oh, for sure. Especially when you're kind of planning TBRs and maybe books that you need to put on hold. If you don't own the series, you got to go like get it from the library. That makes sense. Brother-in-law's birthday is Christmas Day. Oh my gosh, yeah. Speaking of winter babies, my niece is due any day now. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. I hope all goes well and that it's, a safe, very quick procedure for her because, oh my gosh. We do, Laura. We definitely do. I need to reach out to you because that was the best time. It would be cool if she got like 25 people to draw 4 cats. Oh, like have other people draw cats or something. That'd be really cute. I would have finished my book the last sprint, but the dog had to go have a business. Oh, and so the dog had to go and have a business meeting. And apparently the meeting went south because she made a path in the snow and got lost. Oh no. That was a journey of a comment. I was like, okay, your dog owns a business. I'm so proud of her. That's really funny. Okay, well, we've got one more sprint to go. I'll put up the banner so that everyone knows. Let me double check. Okay, yes. So this one, it's a very long message, but basically it notifies us for anyone who joins that it's the last sprint. But after, the sprint, we'll have a little bit of a chat and then we'll go over to Kelsey's. So just to confirm everyone, got their seatbelts on, they're ready for the redirect, we're good to go. Okay. Well, I will see everybody in an hour. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. If you have to head off, early for food, to go to sleep, please do. And I'll see you guys around the internet. So yeah, happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. We only have 8 minutes until we've got to be over at Kelsey's. So, this is probably going to be a quick check in. Let me know how you guys did. I know that a few people joined, like JK did. Also, Lux and Brooklyn. Hello, Brooklyn. I hope you've been well. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while. And then, I'm glad that we could help you in your studying. And, even though you just got here, remember, we're going over to Kelsey's. You guys don't have to do anything. It just redirects you. So as far as like getting productive things done, homework, studying, reading, we'll be doing more of that over at Kelsey's. When I saw this comment come in, I was so excited. Okay, so Kate said that it was an easy 5 stars. That's what I think it's going to be for me. I'm nervous. I'm too hyped for it. Like I'm nervous. I'm too excited for that book because it looks so good. And Michael, yeah, so I didn't even get to start Pale Horse. What did I do? So I ended up updating my bullet journal, and there were some spreads that I made at the beginning. So like with my kind of setup video that I didn't fully finish because I didn't know how I wanted to do it. But I just did all of these lines that kind of makes it look like lined paper for my continued series. I did lines on this other side for my new series. My acquisition, I did all those. I don't know. I'm into making lines in my bullet journals. So that's what I was doing my entire sprint. I did end up having, so I have the physical book, as you guys saw that I was reading, but I also ended up getting the audio. So while I was doing my bullet journaling, I decided to switch over to audio. And I'm sad to say, friends, I may have to DNF this. I'm pretty far into it. I'm like 30 something percent in. But unfortunately, romantic relations are kept within the family in this book. If you're reading between, the words that are coming out of my mouth. And I was like, okay, I think I'm done. So yeah, that really stinks. No. I don't think I can get through it. Like the main character is as grossed out by this realization, but I feel like it's getting too weird. It's getting too weird for me. But anywho, so Teresa finished. Not sure if it's a 5-star. Okay, but obviously really high still. Jess ended up finishing organizing clips for 2 vlogs. Amazing. And then what else? Ames joined us. Hello. It looks like you're making some amazing progress on your Paws and Bookshelves board. That's amazing. Everything so far has been a 5-star read. Everyone's been doing really, really well, like really enjoying all of their books. I'll say I've read 5 books so far. I will say 2 of them were carried over from, 2024. So before we were like 5 books in 7 days. It's been, and 2 of them were novellas, like they're under 200. I guess a novella is more around 100, but I had 2 books under 200 pages. Anyways, so I've had 2 5-stars, which I'm very happy with. One of them is a reread, so not surprising, but Made and Ate Dinner. Amazing, Jen. Yeah, of course, Lisa. Thanks for being here. You started a new puzzle, got some reading done. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Ace got 18 pages left. Got dinner, worked on your sketchbook. Amazing. Yeah, it looks like you guys all did really great. Perfect timing, finishing a book. Amazing. And you finished the review. Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing I need to get better about. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I see that a lot of you guys did so much. No worries, Krista. We'll see you over at Kelsey's if you need sprints. Kelsey will be sprinting. You made dinner, listening to your 4th book of the year. Amazing. Also, you, me, and Julie have to talk about a natural history because we're probably going to start maybe next week at some point. Oh my God. Oh, it was your first rejection. That's so sad. I almost requested it as well, but then I felt like I was too close to the deadline. I knew I wasn't going to read it in 2024. And so I ended up not doing it. Okay. So it was a 4-star for you. Really enjoyed it. See, I think I'm going to like it. I think it'd be crazy for me to give it like 3 stars or lower personally. And 3 stars isn't a terrible, rating. 3.75. Okay. Not terrible. I'm sorry, Shell. Every time your dog is like, why is there a cat in my domain? What is going on? Oh, that'd be a D. Yeah, no, it's she walked in on something and she was like, oh my God. And then we just, and I was, yeah, I didn't know what was happening. And then I was like, and it was really gross and icky. So I'm gonna have to, yeah. Hmm. Oh no, was gonna use that for horror bing. I mean, abs if you want to, but it's really weird. Um, and yeah, it's really strange. Like I won't talk. I don't want to talk about it because I don't want people who are watching this being forced for me to talk about the I word. Is what I'll say, and I'm just like, nope, we're not doing it. Not happening. um, Barely have been reading these days. Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday. Hope to get lots of reading done. Yeah, that sounds. You're studying though, studying and doing stuff for homework. It makes sense. Congratulations on slowing down. Indeed, indeed. But yeah. Anyways, just got home, had driving to do, listening to Living Resistance. Oh, amazing. That sounds like a really important nonfiction. And then your first book of the year. That's good, Sunny. Woohoo. No worries. Like I said, I carried over a few books that I did start early. I started them in December. So that's why I have not started 5 books this year. And then, hello, Cherie. How are you? Haven't seen you in a little while. I hope you've been well. Yes, Krista's amazing, by the way. She's a lovely person. I highly recommend everyone go subscribe to her. Yeah, she's a lovely person. You're high key selling this. What? Especially since I think our horror sensibilities were Lexi, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. You read it. You let me know your thoughts. Because I don't know. Like, especially if it ends up being just that one weird thing, I wouldn't be opposed to continue like going on, pushing past it. But I was just like, this is so. Yeah, Lexi, go for it. There have been some really interesting discussions about race and like family dynamics, especially like inherited trauma and stuff. So it's been really great. It's just this one thing that happened, and I was like, I don't know if it needs to happen. Goodreads is already yelling at you. I know. It told me that I was like 2 books behind or something, and I was like, how? It's the first week. Nearly 10 a.m. here. Time to get up and organize. Sounds good, Erin. I hope you have a lovely breakfast. I mean, you finished a book and you did a review already. So like you started the day off right. Okay, so we've got 1 minute left before I've got to send you guys over to Kelsey. So I'm going to do that now. Thank you all so much for being here. I had so much fun. Please say hello to Kelsey for me when you go over. I'll probably be there for a brief amount of time. But yeah, this is always such a fun Tuesday. We had a huge crowd today. So I appreciate you guys so much. Okay. Be safe, hydrate, have a good night's sleep, or, a great start to your day wherever you are in the world. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.